Okay. Hello, welcome. Hope you're doing well today. Gonna finish up this week's uh, diamond painting pins, switching over to the other diamond painting pins I'm working on. They're gonna be mostly single-sided for, well, we'll see why a little later. And then, yeah, that'll be about it for today. It's Friday. Good job, everybody. We made it through another week of awesomeness. Hopefully that you were able to progress in something, and I would urge you to write down what it was that you made progress on. I wonder, maybe that should be something that I do moving forward. Write down something that I improved on. Then we can kind of come all together. That might end up being something that I inquire in the community that I'm working on building up. So if you want to be a part of that kind of community, where we're trying to improve constantly, but also make some things your own, yeah, let me know. That would be something that I'm already working on right now. Should have it up in probably in the near future. We won't say something specific, but yeah. Hey, how you doing? Hope you're doing well. Cook craft. You put more outlets in your shop? Right on, man. That's good. That's good. We we run an extension cord from somewhere else in the house that's on a different breaker. Yeah, yeah. I won't elaborate any further than that, but we have a couple extra outlets too. But yeah, let's get to it. What are you working on right now? Anything? Must have been the getting um the outlets in. Oh, also, are they 220 or 120, or are they all 220? I don't know where you're from. Cook crap. Let's see. There we go. There we go. Open and turn a litter box or a little box. Right. There it is. Lidded box. Neither of the ones I thought. That's awesome. That is awesome. You have like a blueprint or foundation or something that you've already got in mind for it. Sorry, I had a hair in my mouth. Jeez. Alrighty. A lidded box. That's awesome. How big is it going to be? What's it going to be made out of? All that stuff. I made some boxes before, just trying to get familiar with making boxes and all that stuff. And I don't know about you as far as boxes go, but it kind of seems like, if you don't have that pop when you take the lid off, that it's not a good one or something like that. Today, turning the rest of these diamond painting pins. So I've got these left. And then moving to these over here. These are going to be like single-sided types of things. I'll elaborate more when we get to that point. But yeah, that's what's on the agenda today. And then next week, this weekend rather, I'll be working on more fountain pens. I've got a couple, I think 4 commissions. Depending on how fast I get to the other ones, I might be able to get to the other commissions. Start working on those. I have a couple forever pencils, a nib holder, and 4 fountain pens on the docket. Man, I kind of think that I should. It seems like it's far away, doesn't it? Or is that just me? Is that just me? I don't know. Anyway, we're gonna get these cranked out. Shouldn't be much of a problemo. Cook, are you a high-speed steel turner, or are you a carbide, or do you use a combo? I am definitely of the combination type. I've got a lot of different types of steel, and I also primarily use carbide. If you watch any of my videos, it's pretty much what I use for the most part, although I have ventured out here and there as far as stuff caught on hand. Yeah, I do venture out to steel. Not so much the gouges, like the bolt gouge or really the spindle gouge. I don't use those very much because I don't think that they're very enjoyable to sharpen, and also my skill level of sharpening them is lacking, and I just haven't really spent the time to try and get better at it. So with all of those things kind of combined, and because 90% of what I turn, maybe even more than that, 95% of what I turn is all resin or different types of things that are not wood. I guess that's a better way to say it. Things that are not wood is primarily what I turn, but I have been enjoying some of the other wooden things that I've done relatively recently, but that's stabilized wood, so I still use carbide on it, and it's very hard stuff. But yeah, nice cam setup. Hey, I appreciate it. I appreciate that. Believe it or not, it took a lot of time trying to figure out how I was going to do that. Like, not just how I wanted it set up, because I do like how it is set up, but also like where everything is going to get put to where it can cover the most with minimal repositioning if it is something like that. So this camera, just looking at the lathe right now, I can essentially spin it 180 and it'll be looking at my metal lathe, and then the other one will be like right in my face, but I'm pretty happy with it. You know, it is a little bit further away, I suppose, but I can change that particular thing in the software. You're in New York? Rural New York. Right on, right on. Isn't rural New York like a lot of farms and farmland or open fields or both, combination? I have not been to New York. Mostly turning seam rippers. Heck yeah. I've turned some seam rippers. How are those moving for you? There's a lot of people, for sure, that are getting into the more, you know, crafty sides of things where, yeah, you can get this and that, but I think that there are a lot of people that are also on the prowl, at least, as far as keeping an eye out for other creatives working on what they're doing, like a turner, for example, and then being able to use those types of things in their work, because there's always some kind of an energy distribution type of thing, in my mind at least. I think that there is. I think there's a little bit of an energy distribution where some people are energized by, you know, having something that somebody else put work and effort into, and guess that's pretty much it. It's pretty neat. You have Amish neighbors. Wow. The nearest McDonald's is 30 miles away. That's saying something. They're all over the place. You sold over 1,200 seam rippers. Wow. That's a lot. Congratulations on that. That is an accomplishment, I would say. Having that many pieces of your work out and about. Bravo, sir. You good with being called... We'll keep going with that for now. I'm John. A lot of people call me Mav or Maverick, but I'm John. Either one I respond to, especially when I'm being yelled at by my full name. Usually means I did something bad. Wrong. Let's see, 1221 BS. Yes, indeed. Yeah. Although I did break the dial. Okay, I didn't break the dial. I broke the sensor that's in the headstock up here. And so when I turn the lathe on, it's not telling me how fast it is actually going. It could be going like 2,500, but it'll say 500 or 900 or... And then it'll just like turn off entirely. So I kind of messed that sensor up when I replaced the bearings last time. But I've been using it for about 6 years, and I've definitely logged a lot of miles on it, so it's earned its keep. I'll say that. But I mean, it kept working even with the bearing messed up. You know, it was just louder. So obviously not ideal. The next lathe that I get would probably end up not having the bearings of this size. They would have larger, like industrial size bearings. But yeah, that's on my my wish list over time. So these are bushings from Brian Nikitas at TBC Bushings. He machines them out of steel, and that's what we use. I went through a lot of different iterations of trying to avoid opening the whole lot, because I knew from the very beginning that a live center, dead center was not going to work. And that it would bore them out too much. So the bushings themselves, I believe, are, well, I know they are 7/32 inch, and they work fantastically. Yeah, I've met Brian at the Mid-Atlantic Turner Expo in Manassas, Virginia last March. If you were, well, if you didn't know, in Manassas, Virginia, there is a Turner's Expo that's going to be happening. I won't be there this year, but I'm pretty sure Bob from RJB is going to be there. If you've ever seen him on YouTube, let's see, Brian's going to be there. Last year I saw Jim Hines, so if you're into custom pins as well, he was there selling some of his tenon cutters. Yep, he has, I don't know if he makes them or he has a machine. Either way, they're his design machine tenon cutters for obviously cutting tenons. I am an IAP member, however, I'm not active there. Why do you ask? We're going to talk about Rick. No birthday bash. Never heard of that. I didn't know it was a thing. And whose birthday bash? Is it like the birthday of IAP or? Yeah, the hand wheel for the jet kind of sucks, doesn't it? I really hated it when I did a lot of drilling on this lathe because it doesn't have like a free spinning thing. I don't know if they changed that in some of their newer models, but when I got it, it was just a, I mean, it's just like a peg that sticks out, which it, you know, obviously does what it needs to do, but it's not as nice as having something that freely spins. Let's see. IAP used to have a big month of competitions and giveaways, huh? That's interesting. I enjoy competitions. Not so much cutthroat competitions, but if I am going to compete, I compete to win. So. Ethan, right on. Nice to meet you, Ethan. Is this your first time here? I swear I've seen the name before somewhere. I don't remember if it's on other social media platforms or here. Do you have a presence on other social media platforms? I mean, if you sold seam methods, you probably do have something. First live. Well, welcome. My lives are not, well, I mean, they just are what they are, I guess. I'm working on something, chatting with people, sometimes talk about business stuff, talk about some philosophical things sometimes, you know, just kind of whatever comes to mind, I guess. I don't have like a checklist of things that I'm talking about. Sometimes it won't be much of anything. I have had silent streams before where I don't do much talking at all and just got my head down working. So lots of blinks on Facebook. All right. Do you sell resin, blank, resin blank, stabilized, dimension, wood. What type of blanks do you sell? I have discovered that I enjoy stabilized wood. Hey Johnny, how you doing? Let's see. The names scrolling on the bottom are recent subscribers. I could turn it off, but yeah, that's what they are. Recent subscribers. Is it distracting? Might be distracting. Let's see. You sell all sorts, stabilized raw hybrids. Pretty cool. Right on. Well, good deal. I bought a set of cutoffs from PSI, a bundle set of stabilized blanks that weren't long enough, so I bought those. It was a good deal. It was also during like the Black Friday sale. And I've already implemented them, most of them. Pretty nice to have stabilized blanks. What type of stabilizer do you use for them? Use cactus juice? Johnny, what are you up to? Lunch break, heck yeah, that's good. Let's see, Johnny, I think you and I, we were talking about some other projects. Well, one of the last times we talked, were you still getting set up? I don't remember. I think, if I recall correctly, you were looking about, or thinking about getting set up. For turning. Or am I a little off on that? Or a lot off? Both is known to be the case. Tried a bunch of stabilizers over 11 years, mostly cactus juice. That's good. That's good. Pretty sure that is kind of like the market lead right now. I don't know other ones. Got a deer antler pin and a bronco pin. What's a bronco pin? Is that like the car Bronco or something else? I guess I'll leave it at that. Something else. But yeah, I'm pretty sure my name on IAP is John Liu. But again, I'm not active there. I usually just pay attention, and then I made it for the tap and die group buy. That's why I made it in the first place. So I can buy more taps and dies. Do an annual refresh of my drill, my taps. Ah, Denver Brawl. Okay, gotcha. The sports teeth. Gotcha. Is it that orange? That's interesting. That is interesting. Because orange is, I think orange is cool, but I'm not my own customer necessarily. And I think those are sometimes difficult to actually move. So, but I think orange can be done tastefully. It's not that or anything. It's more like a, I think. Yeah, I think it. You kind of got to do something a little spicy with orange in order to get it moved. But let's see, Ethan, for the seam rippers, are you using kits or are you modifying stuff or what? Okay. Let me go ahead and continue here. Nope, not that one. Or that one. There we go. Sierra pin. Good deal. So for my kit people out there, how do you I don't sell like kit pins, but I was always wondering how other people do the I guess the custom, because in my mind, and I've made kits for people before a couple times, and so I pretty much just send them a magazine of kits that are out there. So I get like a PSI or something like that magazine, and then they'll pick a type of kit that they want the blanks on, and then move forward from there. But I've wondered how other people do that. Because if I am going to make a kit, I want somebody to like the ink in there. I want them to like the hardware, the weight, all that stuff. And so it's always been something that I've wondered about. And if it's your secret sauce, don't reveal it. But that's probably how I would go about it. So let's see, we are going to do gentle taper to a nice pinch. Okay, move that in a little bit. We'll leave that in. But yeah, how do you decide, like, on a Sierra pin, for example? I mean, I guess I do kind of have an idea, because if you were doing a Bronco pin, are you doing the label casting of it? And if so, or having somebody else do the label casting portion of it? Either way, that's probably why, if I had to guess. Again, I don't really do pins like that. Bought the blank? I don't know. I mean, there are definitely some really talented blank makers out there, and I would even venture to say that, you know, some of the most talented ones aren't even some of the most talented ones aren't even really making blanks to sell like that. A lot of people that have them, like, oh yeah, I can do that. Well, that's not really what you're looking for in some cases. So it's kind of hard because you want to kind of have a vibe, you know? And if you don't have some of your work available, then it's hard for people to determine kind of what it is that you do and stuff like that. The antler for a deer is going to be a bolt action. Nice, nice. I like the bolt action. You know, I've been thinking a lot about the bolt action and trying to kind of innovate on that sort of thing. That's really one of my favorite things to do, is take something that already exists and then modify it and make it a little bit better and, you know, at least different. So that fascination probably started when I learned that you could do the modified slimline pin. I saw Bob do that. He's probably not the first one to do it, but I saw Bob do that, and it was pretty cool. And so I had to be able to do that. So I spent a while playing around with that. I really like the look of it, because when it comes to kit pins, I'm not gonna lie, I want them to just be a single body. I'm kind of, I guess I'm kind of like that. I just want them to be a single body. I don't want to have to. It's not that it's hard to do too. It's just that, well, I don't make kits very much either. So there is that. Oh yes. Now we're moving over to the other one. Hey, no worries, Johnny. I appreciate you hopping on, man. It's good to see you. Hope you're a stranger now. Have a good weekend, too. Stay safe. Oh, hey, Ethan, what's the weather like in New York? How were you affected by the storm? Let's see. I think I'm going to flip this one because I like putting the pinch on the left side, or where the tip of the pin is going to be. I like to put it like in this orientation, where this is the writing, the business end, we'll call it. Okay, so start with the flat end. I'm going to pull it back just a little further than normal. So like a little bit to the back. And that. Maybe a little bit further. Yes. Okay, now this is going to start looking really good. Oops. Take too much off at a time. And I'm still kind of in the, what kind of shapes do I want to do with these phase? So I've got a variety of shapes that I've already done, but some of them seem to lend themselves a little better for ergonomic standpoint, because these particular pins are going to be held vertical, basically, pretty much straight up and down. So kind of something I need to keep in mind when designing the overall geometry of them. So this is interesting. Put the back in. This has kind of a butterfly type of shape, obviously minus the wings, but kind of like that. You can part to smooth that part out a little bit more here. And we shall take to this side a little more than the other. Yes. Boom. Everything's going smooth. Alright, let's feel what we're feeling like here. Okay. So ergonomically, if my hand was smaller, it would be even better. But as you know, the hands that are going to be using these are probably going to be smaller than mine. So I think this will lend itself for the index finger right here to be perfectly in that spot when you're holding it. For me, it needs to be a little bit further back, but it's not for me. But I think that is interesting. And I like it. Okay, now shall do. Standard type, I reckon. Standard. Because this is relatively new for me, I don't have this quite yet, but you know, in the diamond painting world, there is a standard like 3 bump and 4 bump. And it's not that it's so much standard, it's more like it's going to have the same amount of bumps. It's just a matter of how close the bumps are and how deep the valley of it goes and how, you know, the peaks and valleys of it, so to speak. Yeah, this action here. So this is going to be a rounded in. I'm going to do another one after this. It'll be a flattened in. And then we're just going to have a taper from this middle all the way to the end. If you don't mind me asking, how did you come across the live? Was it like in the YouTube suggestions or something, or was it something else? What makes sense? Oh, huh. Nice. But if you're still there, what kind of, I asked you what type of stabilizer you use. How hard are the stabilized blanks? Because I'm thinking about getting some more of those. And so, you know, somebody else that tries to support me, you know, I'd like to support them, you know, the whole community networking sort of thing. I can't help myself with the whole networking thing. Alrighty, that's good. That's good. Yes, and you also look cool. So, boom. Again, these are going to be held like vertically, so that's a part of why they are like this. Okay. Ah! Ugh. Dropped it. Also, if you could have any lathe, what kind of lathe would you get? With the shop space that you have currently, so that isn't one of those factors that's the problem. So the 1524 from Laguna is, I think, the biggest I could fit here. But I don't think I actually want that one. I think I would rather have honestly, the Scout would be pretty cool, but it's hard. It's like a $5,000 lathe, you know. I guess we'll make, yes, that one. This one. Not too much pressure. Yes. Great. Oh, I made two of those for the same. Oops. That's okay. That's okay. Lawrence, what's up, buddy? How you feeling today? Feeling good? I definitely, I feel better than I did yesterday. Goodness. Allergies were kicking my hind quarters yesterday. They telling you to go on that banana eating diet? Eat some of that potassium? Gotta get some scripts right on. So hopefully those will take care of you. It's a lot of those vitamins and minerals which is so weird. So not the banana diet? Gotcha. I'm just messing anyway. That's just something that we were always told. You start getting cramps, it's probably your potassium from the sodium potassium pump that affects how your muscles are wanting to function, and bananas are a good fuel, a good way for that. But I'm not a health streamer, that's for sure. This spot right here is there. Bum, bum, bum. Sweet. But I think my sedentary lifestyle inside after work and stuff really messing with my lower back. Unfortunately, can't be sitting down like I do. So I have to reevaluate that. At least how long I sit there. Okay, what shape next? Did that twice. Okay. Do like a little bit of a modified tail here. I'm gonna have a bit of a tail appearance to it. You don't need a pencil, still. All these are free-handed. So, a lot of these are going to be quite similar, at least on the left side. It's going to do like, this one's going to be a little bit more pointed, but generally it's going to be rounded or fat. Like a car. Dang, Lawrence. You don't have fuel injectors in you? You gotta get some of those upgrades. Can't be on a carburetor anymore. Old school. We call those plastics, Lawrence, okay? We call those plastics. Just increases the value of you. This needs to go way down. There it is. That's what we're looking for. Now we just need to make it pop just right. Yes. The old fuel filters, huh? Is that like your lungs and your liver and the kidneys and all that? Alright, let's see. Ooh, I think that might be one of my... Okay. So we have shapes for, obviously, for the majority of the diamond paintings that we make. Like these are obviously modified, and if you know, then you know. These are for a different type of thing. Another one, that variation, or a variation of that, we're going to make it a little bit more oval, a little more gentle, and that back end is going to be a little more symmetrical this time. And we shall do a flat front. All the way to there. Okay. Now this needs to be about here. Hey. So flat. And reduce the diameter a bit here. There it is. Okay. Looking good, looking good. And this is going to be like a gentle oval, kind of like the one that we just did. Maybe reduce the size. It's a bit big, proportionally at least. Take a little off the top. As I say to the barber, and I proceed to cut all of my hair off. That is if I do say so myself. What do you think? What do you think? I like the profile. On this side, I guess, way up. And voila. Good. Let me get like this a little bit more here. There it is. Oh, and she's a beauty. Oh yeah. Which orientation do I want them to be? Okay. About a rounded, thicker. Yes. Rounded, little thicker, bevel taper. This will be quite pointed as well. Come in a little bit here. That's about it for that. Really. blend this in. Yes. Keep that a little on the thicker side compared to the other one. And this, get reduced a bit. Just a little bit, not too much. Almost. Steeper right there. That's it. That's what I'm going to make this part round. Splendid. Okay, that shoulder is a little too thick. Out of here. Okay. Just taper. See, this plane right here that I'm looking at, I think it just needs to be a little bit deeper right here. I'll slant that in just a bit more. Yes. Maybe even curl it a little bit. Fix that, drop it down. There it is. Yes. Looking good. Looking good. All right. This more. Well, no, this and that's it actually. Okay, so we're gonna do it this way. What should we do? Let's see, we've done a flat taper, yep. And rounded taper, yep. I guess we'll do another rounded taper. Rounded then tapered thing. Hi. Sweating over here. It's like 30 degrees outside. Sweating. If you do have an outside workshop, getting a heater or a garage workshop that's not climate controlled, getting a heater was definitely a good purchase. You cold? Trapping your heat. I dropped down to a T, but I've got this shirt on to hold the mic. Anybody watching the Winter Olympics? We watched some of the. Well, I watched the women's singles and then watched some of the doubles. But the opening ceremony is supposedly this evening. It's in Italy. Yeah. Or is anybody excited about the Super Bowl? Super Bowl or Olympics? Ooh, that'll be the next poll. All right, let's do another poll. Here we go. I guess I should specify. There we go. Let's get that one going. Okay, Super Bowl or Winter Olympics? Super Bowl or Winter Olympics? And there isn't one for neither. Okay, I can turn Morty off for a bit. There we go. That. Do I have any? Ooh, I do. Let's see. Where's the fountain pins go? I shall delay those so I can turn some wood. So we got bloodwood, purple heart, and what is this one? Catalogs. Oh lordy. Oh lordy. Like I said, Lawrence, that wasn't one of the options. Gotta pick one. If you had to choose between the two, which one, I guess, which one are you more impressed by? That could be a better way to ask it, but I'm not going to change it right now. Blood, purple heart. We shall hold off on the catalogs. That'll be good. That'll be good. Now let's get a skew, so we can skew some stuff up. I got this. This is a crown tool skew. I got this for Christmas and I have not used it still. It is one of those cryo tempered ones. So honestly, right off the rip, it feels harder than the but they're both supposedly M2 steel. So that's M2, and this is also M2, but this is cryo. So it'll be interesting to kind of feel the difference between them. When archery is on, is that a Winter Olympic? Is that a Winter Olympic? I suppose it could be all around, but I don't know if that's Winter Olympics or not. I'm sure that there's a compiled list already of ones that are and aren't. No votes. Why is it still? Oh wait, there we go. All right, let me vacuum this up right quick. You know, a saw vac is pretty much a mandatory tool as far as your equipment setup goes. Hard worker and underappreciated. Hardworking and underappreciated. Story of my life? Or no? Oh, nice. A little Java at 1:40 in the afternoon. Okay. A little Java. All right, we're going to continue making some of these, and they're going to be on a variety of wood. I got bloodwood, purple heart, and what's the other one? Bethlehem olive wood. And we're actually going to finish them as we go, so that'll be a little different than normal. 400. We're looking for some 240. There we go. Okay, so we have some of this sandpaper. It's a 320 grit. It's what is it called? It's like a sanding mesh almost, but the appeal to these is that the dust goes through the holes and doesn't stay on the surface as much, allowing for the abrasive to be a little bit better, supposedly. So we're going to test that out. So we got, that's a 240 roll. I don't have any this stuff in 240. Might not even need to use 240, but I got 320 and 400. If you haven't done this with some of the rolls that you have, and you're just trying to figure out what grit it is, sometimes it's printed on the outside, or sometimes even under. Let's see, yeah, like that. It's printed under. But I also like just writing it in the rolls. It makes it so I don't have to unroll it. And that's a nice thing to me. I dig that. Okay, so 320 will hopefully be where I can begin sanding. But we'll see. We'll see how good my skew work is today. I'm not consistent with skewing. No, it'll be something. And then for this, I also wear a respirator. So there's that. It's better for the dust. Some of the woods you might find that it can irritate your skin too. Which is kind of interesting. Like turning some woods, like obviously you shouldn't be breathing it because that's not what you live off of. And then the other part of it is, yeah, you could be allergic to it, like, you know. So pay attention to any sort of itchiness, I would say. If you do happen to get a little itchy when you're turning something, that's probably a good thing to pay attention to, and probably stop working with that wood. Respirators are good. Yeah. So take care of yourself. No wood is so beautiful that, one, you can't find a suitable alternative that looks similar, and two, if you harm yourself, obviously that's also not a good thing. Okay, so I think we could do a couple things actually. We're going to start with a variety action. Okay. I'm going to use a couple different finishes. Finish friction polish. Yep. Aussie Odie's. Where is my other Mylons? I had one that was already open. And it is somewhere else, I guess. Whatever. I've got two new bottles. Is the other one open? Let me check. Either of these open already. Make sure you shake your stuff up, because this is after I shook it, and this is not shaken. All right, Lawrence. We'll see you in a bit. Or maybe not. I don't know. If nothing else, next time, right? Okay, well, I guess it doesn't matter which one. They both are the same, pretty much. I guess we could look at the expiration date. So this one is from a newer batch, I guess. So it doesn't have an expiration. It's just it's not going to work anymore, really. Okay, we'll go with the one that's an earlier batch. That's how we'll go with that. Yep. So these are popular wood finishes, I would say. We're not going to do a CA finish because I don't want to. I don't want to. I'll show you what we got here in just a sec. And then we'll need some paper towels. go. Okay. We are almost good. Goobered that one up. Alrighty. I think we're all we're prepped. So the different ones that I'm going to be using here. Let's see, how many? Oh, perfect. I've got 4 purple heart and 4 blood. So that'll be what I do today. I'll hold off on the olive wood. And I've got 4 finishes. So we're going to use, definitely don't want to drop the Odies. It's glass. That wouldn't be fun. So I got Aussie Oil Shellac Wax Cream, Odie Oil, and then Mylan's Friction Polish. So this is a friction polish. I guess this is a friction polish. This is a friction polish. I don't think this is a friction polish as much as it is just a surface. Yeah, it doesn't look like it is a friction polish at all. But you can use it on everything, it seems. Wood, metal, masonry, leather, and plastic. That probably covers everything. Some good marketing right there. Use it on everything. Okay. So, I'm going to write down what it is. Aussie oil, Mylan's, Odies, and then Shellac Wax Cream. Okay, and then purple heart and blood wood. Okay, so that. Oh, whoops. Purple heart. Purple heart. And then another one. These will be a little smaller. They'll fit a little better. This tray is great for cylindrical blanks, but not so much for not cylindrical. Square. So let's see. We shall start with the purple heart. Start with the purple heart. Tight holes. Knock this out, actually. Just opening up the holes just a little bit. This is the same drill bit size that I used to drill them. This is the 7/32 drill bit. I'm just kind of reaming it, I guess, with this drill bit. And they're all about 4 inches long. You can see that this particular piece was $33. The bloodwood, but that was for a whole board. If you do have a particular species of wood you like, you could buy it in blanks, or if you have a bandsaw or a table saw or something like that, you can also chop it up like that. I suppose even a handsaw if you were really determined to. But when people do things like that, I just kind of wonder, how do you value your time? Because I think you can get a bandsaw, especially secondhand, for probably 25 to 50 bucks. Wouldn't be that hard, I don't think. Shoot, I gave one away not too long ago. I guess about a year ago now. Perfect. Okay. That's good, that's good. Without further ado, let's do it. Back this off a little bit. Also, because I'm using a skew, I'm going to raise it a bit as well. So I probably will have to play with this a couple times to get it right, but we'll get it dialed in. I don't have like set marks that I am super familiar with, but as most people know, it's a matter of repetitions and then building that muscle memory. So so here, going across, here, going across. I did bevel these edges on this one, but on the other one I have not done that yet. So it'll be interesting to see how it behaves. So this slope, and then the other slope comes here and down, and then down, and then from here, going way down. So from a setup perspective, I'm gonna have to go against probably what I normally do because the longer taper is gonna be on this side, and I think I like going this way more. So I'm gonna end up putting the other side. Well, I'm gonna put it on this side, orientation wise, just so you have an idea of what I'm going for. That's it. And I am, for the sake of keeping my skew sharp, I'm going to use carbide to just get it rounded. Which I probably should have not adjusted the position as much as I did. Because you can see on my right hand here, I have to tilt the tool way up to actually get the edge under it. We're not doing any fine, we're just doing this around it. Or close to it. It doesn't need to be perfect, I remember. But this is not a comfortable position. Okay. Around. Go ahead and hit the edges right quick, or the ends. Same thing with this. I got a big kind of deeper than I want to, but that's this, and here we go. No too aggressive. Okay. So the other part is here. I want that to go down, but I need to taper it first, I think. This is going to be where the bump is, so I'm going to take this and go down. Even high to low. Let's see. So we're getting a good. Alright. It feels a little wrong. Maybe we're not high enough. But if it's too high, then it won't go down as much, so the downward pressure that is. Keep the heel, bevel, engage, drag it. Now this is always the hard part for me, like the apex of the round shapes that you do. That's always a complication for me. And here,
we're just going to have to accept this. Now it feels like I'm too high with the tool. Not the tool red. But that could just be the orientation there, or the diameter that we're doing here. Okay, now we're just going to taper this side. We're removing a fair amount of material here. Okay. That's feeling pretty good. That's good. A little bit cooler, I think. At least the top. Just like that. See that? So it's the peaks and valleys that I am probably having the most trouble with here. So that's nice. I want to take this off a little bit more. Okay, not a lot more. See, I can't scoop it. So that's one of my issues with the skew. Maybe it's because my skew is too large, because I can't quite get under it. Like, if I'm going in and I want to drop it down, I need some of the skew to be out of the way in order to do that. Or maybe I need to use the toe. Nope. I wasn't really on the tool right so that way either. Oh my goodness, this is something. Let's see. Like I said, the lows and the highs are my biggest problem. Anybody got some ideas? I think I might be able to come in here with the squishy gouge and maybe kind of clean that last little bit up. But I don't know. We're going to try it anyway. So here, contact, moving. Ooh, that was good. That feels nice, man. Okay, that feels nice now. I need to get that little spot. Okay, now back here, this high point. There we go. That side's good. Well, better than it was. Man, that was kind of not good, was it? I'm just kind of burnishing it, honestly. Not really doing much cutting here. Just kind of burnishing it with the bottom of the tool. To try and just knock off that high point. Probably not. But where's the rule book, you know? The rule book. It is a safety. Should be a rule book for safety. Man, this is driving me nuts right there. I'm gonna end up with a little stick at the end of this. Alright. I'm gonna halt that one for now, actually. That's sufficient. Okay? That's sufficient. Not my best here, but we're gonna continue nonetheless. So, I think we can actually, everything feels pretty smooth, a little not so smooth right there, actually. So we're gonna start with 320. Because I need to get a little bit more detailing in that. And reduce the speed. We're actually going to double this over. Okay, maybe 240. 220 wasn't enough. There's a specific line right here and right here that I'm looking at. It feels smooth, but one like lighter spot. It's not flat completely. haven't even given much attention up here quite yet. Come on, get out of there. Okay, note to self, for the shapes and contours, make sure that I have enough room to get my fingers in there. I'd say that the coarsest grit is the biggest pain, because that really is kind of your money maker right there as far as finishing it and getting it nice. Because if you don't do a good job like finishing the shape, then the high points and the low points will be so offset that finer and finer sandpaper won't help at that point. So you need to level everything, just like in construction, just like in, just life and any sort of skills. You want to build a good foundation, and good foundation leads itself to the next step. So you don't want to skip over that. Not even on the paper. Come on now. Alright. Man, that was easy. Okay, now we can move to the next one. Hopefully this doesn't gouge it too much. And we'll get faster as we do more repetitions as well, because we'll have a better starting point to begin with. Alright, this is good. Alright, now let's try the other four hundo here. Rip, yield. There you go. Alright, well, we're going to roll with that. So far, we're looking really good, I gotta say. I'm getting some denatured alcohol. Just a little dabble of denatured alcohol. Just kind of rub it in. Get some of the dust. Use paper towel. Oh, let's put it like two. Get the dust out. So kind of great. You can see a little bit more. There. All right, now we're going to give that a sec. And then we're going to start with, oh man, really? Aussie oil? All right, we'll start with Aussie oil. I am going to guess that Aussie oil is going to be the shiniest finish on wood. But Aussie oil, you need to make sure you shake really any of the finishes up. You either got to shake it or stir it depending on how thick it is. I'm just going to do one layer here. Ah! Good thing I have eye protection on. Don't open it up pointing at your face. Moron. I just did. It is a little cold in the shop, so that's probably why it looks a little, I guess, clumpy. So for Aussie, or for friction polish in general, you want to crank up the speed, and then make sure that you're going at a giving it a decent amount of pressure, because you want the more viscous polish to go in the fiber and cover the surface, and also give it that shine. So you might not be able to see it as far as in between the fibers because of how awesome of a sanding job you did. However, you'll end up with weird surface, I guess. So we're looking good. We are looking good. That is, it almost looks wet. Heck yeah. That Purple Heart. You look at. Oh yeah. I'm guessing that this is going to be the shiniest. There we go. And I guess we'll just put it right there. Okay. Now next we have Bloodwood. We're going to do the same finish. That's kind of how we'll organize this. We'll do a Bloodwood next with Aussie oil finish. And then we'll continue with the other finishes. And this is also why I suggest, if you're learning something, like for me, what I should be doing actually is lining all these up, turning them with the skew, so I can get as much practice, you know, maybe even turning 1 and 2, and then coming back and then doing the next set. So that way I get more time with that skew, more focused practice for a longer time. But same thing, starting with the carbide, gonna reduce it, so take off the corners. We're not going for beauty here, we're going for if I was going for a nice smooth finish, I'd be going a lot slower with my tool, back and forth. It would look more like this. And still, okay, that just means I'm going to flip it one. Okay, so we have a bigger flat spot here than we do over here, and so I know that I want the grip side to be a little bit longer. So when you're orienting the blank, make sure that the side that you want the largest, I mean, even when it comes to kit, if you have a smaller diameter side and a larger diameter side, you want to put it in a way that is where you can get the most out of each of the blanks. Whew. Yeah, that's about all I got to say about that. There we go. So this will be the other side. So I'm actually going to try to carbide the other direction this time, or the skew the other way. So I'm actually going to taper this side and actually take this side. See if I can do that a little bit better this time. Like there's a part of me that really wants to go in like this, with this tip down. And I know that that won't work right how I want it to. So that's why I don't do it. That feels nice already. Set the tool width this high. Still. There we go. That feels a little better. So I don't have to lift my hand as high now. Oops. So as I'm learning about this, if you are unfamiliar with the skew, I'm just kind of talking out loud so I can go back and watch myself and see like where it seems weird, where it feels wrong. So I'm kind of like taking notes. That's why I'm talking, at least about some of the input things in here. So that is sufficient. So here, and so there's my way in. Yep. Okay. Need a more focused point here. a little bit more patience too would be helpful. I had this side how I wanted it to be, and I messed it up. A little cut at the top, the apex. There we go. And we're taking away some of the meat here too, is the intent. That's nice. Until I hit the back end. So this part right here was hit with this bottom of the base, I guess, of the bevel, which is no good. Apparently, you always want to cut down. So we're just going to kind of do a little cut there. So we're going to leave that part alone for now, and then work it back. Because we still have to take some of the diameter off. To get rid of all the flat spots, unless you're designing it that way, which for a pin some people do like a roll stop, so you could actually implement it in a way like that potentially. Or you can do that a little later on in the process. Once you have your final design, then you just kind of work it out with a different kind of tool, like a router or something like that. Okay, I know that that middle spot is not how I would like for it to be. Next, come on. Why is it so hard? Alright, we're going to continue. We're just going to get a little bit more, and we'll come back. We're just going along the bevel right now. Make sure you go all the way to the end with the bevel, that way you can get that nice sheen with it. Good afternoon, Brian. Already sent people your way today. So hopefully you'll get some more work. Or more inventory sold, depending on how many you got. Okay, that's feeling nice. The highs and lows are so frustrating. All right, shouldn't do this. It could be. I don't know. Okay, fine. Fine. Not going to touch it all. So both face down. There. Good. So is that still a flat spot? Nope, that's where I chewed it up a little bit. Perfect. That's what we like to see. I might have to get a toad from you, Brian. I'm just kidding. You got your advertiser here, though. Okay, come on, baby. You need that to clean up. How can we clean that up? A part of me wants to muscle it, but I know that this move makes things worse. Well, maybe not worse, but it shouldn't be that way. So, and then forwarded. That spot right there, just gonna. Hey! Almost. Just need to smooth it out. Okay. Whew. This should not take as long as it is. And that should be more rounded. Yeah. You got big plans for the weekend, Brian? Why can't I round this? Come on, man. Be smarter than the wood. Flip it now. Make inventory and watch the Olympics. Hey, nice. You vote? You vote? There's a, yeah, Winter Olympics is winning the poll. Got 4 votes. Yeah, I'll take it. I'll take it. That's all right. 4 votes. I love it. We watched, this morning, we watched some of the figure skating. This part right here is so frustrating. Why can't I do that with this cube? Doing good, doing good. Keep it going. Okay. Little spot up top here I want to figure out. Okay, we rounded it perfect. Okay, so we kind of use the toe and then yeah. And then I goobered that up. Dang it, Bobby! You see this? This here. That. It vibrated more than I wanted it to, so I screwed that part up. Okay, let's see if we can use a huge gouge. And then kind of remedy before we get too thin. Okay, that's doing okay. Here, gonna get down here, gonna roll it a little bit. Nice. Okay, okay. And still that high point right here. Pissing me off. Okay. Well, you know what? This is gonna have to be good enough. I'm gonna kind of use this as a burnisher right for a sec. Not actually cutting anything, just kind of, well, not trying to cut anything. Lawrence, you're back. Welcome back, sir. Thank you. Can we put this at all? You don't watch anything but the Olympics? Nice. For the next 2 weeks? I hear you. Okay. Well, we're going to hold what we got. That way I don't mess anything else up. It's not bad, right? It's not bad, but it's not good. It's not good enough quite yet. So we're going to have to fine tune with some sandpaper. I'm going to need to get a coarser sandpaper going for it. Okay. Here's my 240, a big old 240. And then we're going to get my handy dandy roll here. So we got this. I think we're going to need to start with some 150 on this guy. And we're just going to, for the 150, we're going to hit specifically the points that need to be smoothed out. Yeah. At least that's the plan. I'm going to drop the speed a bit. Well, you know what? That there needs to be a little smoothed out too. Although it does look shiny. So off the tool, it looks nice and shiny, but it's not perfectly level yet. That dingle is dangling now. Come on now. And this here, that high point. Very frustrating. So Lawrence doesn't watch the Olympics, Brian. Can we keep him here? I'm okay with not watching the Super Bowl, but not the Olympics? Oh. Oh. I'm just kidding, Lawrence. You can't see it, but I'm smiling. It's like one of the only times I watch sports, really. The other only time is if the Panthers are at the Super Bowl, or if I am dragged to somebody else's house, and there's nothing else to do, except for ranking, watch the game. But No, it's not over yet. Not over yet. But if you hit like, I think it's the dot dot dot, it'll, you can close it. Holy guacamole. Okay, I was able to get the purple heart a lot smoother in the very beginning. So maybe that has to do with like my orientation of the blank in the first place. Okay, that's 150, 240. Here's what we're going to do. This. Yeah. What team are you rooting for, Brian? Hey, Bert. Oh, that's right. Okay, that's doing pretty good. One spot in here that is not yet. Dark series in the summer. Do you remember the Winter Olympics where Shaun White got a perfect 100 in the half pipe? Was that like 2012 or something? 16? I don't remember when that was. What is this? What grit are you? 240. Okay, I'm good. The Seahawks? Who's playing in the Super Bowl? I don't even know. So I guess the Seahawks. Who are they playing? $2012, you think? Yeah. Is this even working? I have the wrong side. What's going on? Okay. Well, that feels nice. How do we look? Okay, so we look bad there still. But that's okay. We haven't gotten there yet. Oh, come on, man. Be more nimble. So the Seahawks and who? Alright, here we go. So that is that. We're at 400 now. Well, I don't remember when exactly it was Sean White did that, but what a clean run. Wow. It was incredible to see. Is it 16 or 12? It was 12, 14, or 16, I think. One of those. Okay, and lastly, 400. Oh, we already hit it. All right, how are we looking? That spot there. We're just gonna leave it. Okay, don't tell anybody. We're just gonna leave it though. Don't tell anybody. All right. A little denatured alcohol. Love it. Perfect. All right, now, again, we are going with the Aussie oil first. Gonna give it a shake. Open it away from you. Oh, it did a little thing right there, a little bloop. And then give it a little smear. All right, we're gonna smear it up. And then we're gonna crank up the speed. "2018? Dang. Well, I tell you what, we're not, Brian. We're not Olympic history buffs. But that's okay. We don't need to be. Just interested in it. Is sufficient? Oh man, that looks beautiful. All right, so for as far as the Aussie oil goes, we have just finished the bloodwood, by the way. So got bloodwood and purple heart, and Aussie oil so far. Or Aussie, yeah, Aussie. No, yeah, Aussie oil. That's what these are looking like. Like I said, I believe that these are going to be the tiniest. And hey, Ab. Whew. Hey, Abby. Come here for a sec. Whew. Careful of the box. Don't hit the box. Have you over here for a sec. I need to wipe this cam. For one. There we go. Okay. Here, hold this for a sec. Go get some water.
What he really needs is come here and talk to people so he can go inside.
Yeah.
Off the camera.
Hey, check out the Aussie oil. Just hold the circle button down to the right side of the mic.
Circle button. It's dead. These look really nice. John typically doesn't do the finishing because he is not super patient. So like if something's not right, the last thing he is going to do is fix it for finishing, for sanding. But yeah, those actually look pretty good. We've been enjoying the Aussie oil way more than we were using Mylan before, which is a different friction polish lacquer kind of thing going on. The Aussie oil is much nicer. Oh yeah, he's done both too. Oh, I don't know if he might have done both. haven't been paying attention. I am almost done sanding the pink Valentine's dot, and then I'm gonna go grab my matches. Partially done with the California Pin Show fountain pen. Which is the bodies in this section, but have not done the caps yet. Hi, Lauren. So,
You know, there's always something liberating feeling about Fridays.
yeah, it's funny because we work for ourselves, set our own schedule, and still we like our weekends. We're celebrating our younger daughter Stella's birthday this weekend. She's turning 11. Here shortly. Will you switch to the
Yeah, girl.
those look great.
I know, the Aussie oil, dude.
I like that. That's what I've been using, like on some of the wood stuff. Okay, so.
Oh, you got the sections and barrels done.
Yes, I only have the cap left. That's what I was doing this morning.
No cap? Okay. No cap, girl.
Okay, hold on. I'm gonna.
We're hit.
I'll put it here for a second because I don't want other stuff over here. Let me see if I can get it to focus for me. So these, will you hand me a blank of what these came from? I think I saw them over there. That doesn't look like the big one.
It is.
Yeah, that doesn't look like this. Give me the big one. Over there.
Over there. Over there.
Oh, were you guys talking about the Winter Olympics?
Well, I have a poll up right now. It's Winter Olympics or Super Bowl.
Oh, definitely Winter Olympics.
And 67% says Winter Olympics.
Ah! We're not.
It makes me happy.
We're at Portugal. Okay, so this is the blank that we used for the cap and the section. It is completely color shift, super shift going on here. And I knew they were going to be translucent, but the base of these turned out like a very, very light gray, but they do have beautiful sequoiance and color shift because the whole thing is like that. So it's like a subtle color shift. It's really pretty. Those are the sections. And then the barrels look pretty darn good. I'm really happy with them. Some of them have, I mean, they have the swirls of the same color shift. So some of them are going to have some more transparency in the barrels. But yeah, they're really pretty. I wanted to go more gender neutral for these because I don't know. I just wanted it. We do a lot of very bright colored, very glittery, sparkly, girly colorways, and I wanted these to be more neutral. So pretty happy with the way that they're turning out.
Pun intended, yeah?
What?
Pun intended?
Oh, no. You inserted the pun. Not me. I'm not very punny.
No, you're not funny at all.
No, I'm not very funny.
Oh, you didn't turn it.
Or hold it.
Dead.
So you hold the, no it's not. You hold the circle piece.
It's dead.
Hello.
Ah, it's not dead. I held the circle button, not the spinny part.
Well, it doesn't matter. You just gotta wake it up. Sometimes you gotta slap it.
So yeah, I have been sanding and sanding and sanding and sanding. And I have a lot more I need to do, especially like next week we're doing double batch, which is what we do when we're going out of town. John will be here working, but I have to get all of my stuff done before we leave because I'll be busy at the show, which is super soon. But it does look like the weather's going to cooperate. I think the day I'm leaving, it's supposed to be like 60 degrees. So hopefully I won't get caught, at the airport and anything crazy. But yeah, a lot of fountain pens that I need to get finished. We need to get some ratified done. Got a new tablecloth or table, a runner. I don't know what it is.
Hockey mushroom.
That is stratified instead of the gray one that we previously were using at shows. I think this will look nice. Need to test my lamp that I got, see if I need a second one, because I am in the middle of the ballroom. We're gonna assume there's no power strips. There was power strips in DC.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Some of the floors had power,
which is fantastic. Limited power strips, but still, even for the interior tables. But typically, if you're buying an interior table, which are easier to get, because the wall people tend to hold on to their tables, which is fine. But that means that you don't have power, or you should assume you're not going to have power. And because I'm flying, I can't bring the big battery bank that we typically take with us when we're going to shows and driving, which is most of them. And some people ship theirs, actually, but I'm not going to do that. I am going to bring all of the little like phone charger battery banks that I have and just run like desk light, like USB desk light off of those, which Ben from Mayfair Pens was saying that that's what he typically does when he's not at a wall table. Me and Bart sat next to him in San Francisco. Yeah, and I've never been to this show, and I have no idea how it's gonna go, what it's gonna be like. I'm excited.
I'd be nervous if I were you.
I am nervous. I'm more nervous about flying into LAX and dealing with getting an Uber from there to, it's in Redondo Beach. It's like a 45-minute to an hour Uber. It's gonna cost so much. It's gonna be so expensive. So that kind of is annoying. It sucks a little bit. But yeah, I'm more nervous about that than anything else.
The hour ride? Or just the luggage in general?
Just dealing with that airport, which is supposed to be crazy, and getting an Uber, and then I'm gonna have 2 large check suitcases plus my carry-on stuff, because I'm gonna have one that's the Pincho stuff and one that's the me stuff. And yeah, I'm more nervous. Bye, Lawrence.
See you, Lawrence. Hope you get them magnesium and potassium levels ironed out.
I just got my work done last week. Got my magnesium levels checked too. What was I gonna say? Hopefully John will be on and maybe doing stratified tomorrow or today or soon, so that I can hand those. So I will be done with these, and then it shouldn't take me too long to finish the stabilized ones. Using my finger cut and scissors.
Yeah. Paying attention to what I'm doing?
What?
You paying attention to what I'm doing?
Yeah, because you're pitching your stuff. Yeah, I have, how many dot dots do I have left?
1, 2.
Sweet. 2. And then back to these that I've been holding this whole time. I just have to do the caps.
The cap?
It's cringe.
It wasn't funny the first time. Maybe the second time.
No. Y'all, I don't know if you've heard him, but he said no cap, because apparently that's like a thing with the kids these days. I told our almost 13-year-old yesterday that she was cringe, and she about died laughing, because that is so not cool to say that anymore.
Hey, young. Might be an Austin Powers.
I haven't seen those since I was a kid. My dad made me watch them.
I will never grow up.
Forced movie participation. I got it as a child, and I get it now sometimes. Less often, though. There is a movie that they put on to rent that I want to watch.
Is it in theaters right now?
It might still be in theaters.
It wasn't in theaters because glowing reviews and it's all of it.
Is it The Housemaid? Or is it a horror movie?
No.
John and I like to go see scary movies.
John had to drag Abby to see scary movies.
I don't like movies.
You like shows?
I like shows. I like that they keep going on. John wants it to be done. Beginning, middle, end.
Oh.
And I want it to forever go on.
All right. Well, the Olympics is pretty much settled. I'm with my people. I love it.
Yeah.
Okay.
I was telling Stella that we were watching the ice dancing earlier, and she's like, my tutor said I needed to watch an Olympics. I'm like, great. Perfect. We will make you do that. I really don't like movies. I don't know. I never have. So I'm watching Woodturning right now. It's very early. It's silly. Do I get to vote?
Yeah, go ahead. Log in, watch the stream, and vote.
Yeah, I have to get my phone over there. I have to get back over there anyways.
I believe in you.
Thanks for listening to me and seeing.
Thank you for stepping in while I went and got some more coffee, fixing some of these things here.
Nice.
Folks, go hey.
All right. Hope you guys have a really good rest of your Friday. I'm gonna give you back again, and then I'm gonna go vote for TV shows. Okay.
Yeah.
Stuff everywhere.
Shit everywhere.
No, I am so sorry. I do not like that.
Well, he wasn't asking if you liked watching YouTube.
You like watching now. John likes to troll.
No, I watch a ton of YouTube. I watch a ton of YouTube. I'm a fan. I'm literally invested in YouTube with time and resources. You know? You know, because here I am. Thank you for doing that. Okay, we are going to continue. I'm going to put this back. Ooh. Where's the other blank? You can throw it in this little tray right there. Whoops. Ugh. Watch more YouTube than TV? Yeah, me too. Me too. But I think, you know, if I had to say, YouTube is more like a, well, at least as it relates here, you know, watching Maverick Workshop is more like a TV show. Yeah. So I guess YouTube would be more like a show than a movie. Well, I don't know. Because if you're watching a specific project, there would be a beginning, middle, and end. I don't know. I suppose that is up for discussion. Huh? Would YouTube be more of a show or a movie for streaming? Oh, man. Let's see. I am a movie fan, so I will vote movie. There we go. A comedy? Oh man, my lives? Oh. Oh. Look at this nerd try to turn. He's mediocre at best. YouTube would be a series. Yeah, I like it. Mini-series. I agree. Okay, so we're going to continue with this. Hopefully I'm going to get faster. But we're going to turn both, and then we'll finish both at the same time. So I'm going to, well, not both at the same time, right? But one after the other. I'll turn the purple heart, then I'll turn the bloodwood, and then I will finish them. So I'm going to need to get another set of bushings that I get from Brian at TBC Bushings. Hashtag not sponsored. Just broing it up. He does something I like and offers a service that I'm not interested in doing myself. But yeah. There's one set. Aha! There's two sets. Perfect. But yes, we are going to do it like this. So, blood. And that one's purple heart. But yeah, two sets. I got bushings on both, so we'll be able to just quickly switch. Yeah. So the next finish we're going to use is Shellac Wax Cream. Yeah. So next finish. Oh, sorry. Hey. Let's hop over here. Somebody bought all your stock of diamond painting bushings? How many did you have left? Shellac Wax Cream is going to be the next finish that we're doing. I may end up making this into a video too, you know, kind of showing. I've been thinking about this one for a long time. Finishes being used, but I haven't. Obviously, I take the sanding part out because that part's a doozy. 5 sets. 5 sets. Nice. Maybe you need to pump up your price, Brian. Pump up your price. Make them like $100 a set. And then anybody gets referred from me to you, I get 50%. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. But let's see how we look. We're looking good. All right, we got everything. Eyes, respirator. Need to get that back on. Alrighty. I will say too, Brian, that I started streaming again on Twitch as well. But I'm playing video games. So sometimes I will pop up there. Especially with the new expansion coming out. I'm really looking forward to that. But we don't actually have to talk about the game. I'm just going to be playing the game.
that was bad. But there we go. Okay, let's get this tool rest a little closer. Do some of this. Good enough. You know, I gotta say, streaming on Twitch, well, not exclusively Twitch, but streaming inside is a lot more comfy than sitting down. Let's try out the other steel here. Now this part shouldn't actually make a difference when we talk about finishing, but I'm going to do it anyway. So this, yes. Okay, so we're going to do the detail work on the right side. I think I like that better. So we're going to do the slant on this one, or the angle of this one is quite a bit different, quite a bit steeper. You can see the cutting edge here, quite a bit steeper. And then I don't know what angle it is. So if you were wondering, I don't know. Also, this is definitely not a guide on how to skew. This is more to hang out and have fun with your friends right now. So you need that to be really flat. There we go. Okay, now I'm going to come in here, catch an edge, chip it out really good. That's why you want eyes and ears. Why do I keep catching these? Well, that's cooler now. That's too high. Okay, you gotta clean that edge up a little bit. So. Not yet. All right, we're gonna make this side the opposite of what I said before, because it tips the heck out of it. Okay, we're smooth now. Let's try this again. So, in here, going to go deep, go deeper, this way. There we go. So we've got our initial purchase point here. Patience, son, patience. Speed will come. Okay, got it. It feels still like I'm too high. That feels a little better, but I'm not getting as clean of a cut anymore. See, how do you use the top? Because I can't go this way, that won't work. It has to be this way where it's down. But I can't go like that. I have to go, okay, I can. Let's think about this. Okay. So, if I can cut this way, this is the cutting edge, and the pressure's going down. I can't just go like this, but if the pressure's like this, what's going to happen is the wood is going to make the tool go backwards. Then if I try it like this, will that work? We can try it over here where we got more meat. Will that work? Well, let's see what happens, huh? Bevel in. I can feel that it's trying to push it out already. It's going to cause the tool to go like this, so we don't want to do that. So, I guess we'll just stick with what we already know. And I'll practice this type of stuff. Not on camera. Look at this nerd. But that's a nice clean cut. This thing's sharp. That is a nice cut. But this part here, the valley and the peaks on both really just don't want to work for me here. See, if I want to use the higher part of the tool, I think that I need to lower the rest such that am I too close now? Lay it on top, ride the bevel, engage, and go. Okay, alright. Not bad, not bad. Same thing. Engage, go. And this is what I don't like about the sharp edges. Because it like wants to bite into the tool rest, and I don't like that. Because you can't, it doesn't glide as well. Okay, that's okay. Consistent with that. guess we're just going to have to accept that that's going to be the case. At least until new information comes to light. See, right there I was catching on the edges here. So annoying. Oh. Hey, Brian, thanks, man. Okay. Yeah. Okay. It's sharp. This tool is nice and sharp. No problem at all with that. The problem is me. So I keep coming back to the scoochie gouge to try and get the low parts settled here. Try and smooth that out. That's nice. Ooh. Okay. Okay. Well, what we're going to do is just kind of rake it a little bit here. There we go. Okay, so I think for this, what I'm going to do is actually take it up to where it's going to be a different profile. So we're going to kind of dig deep in this spot right here. Now, can we do this? Okay, it doesn't like going up. I didn't do that. It's just going to get the turn a bit. And nice and sweet. There, okay. And so now, okay. We're actually going to continue dropping this back a little bit more. Come on, move! Let's see. Hey, I hear you. Thanks for hanging out, Brian. Drive safe home, sir. Alright, well, we're just going to hold what we got with this. Yes. Hold what you got, Airborne. Drop the speed. Back a little away. We're going to start at 150. Okay, that was the original plan. I guess we'll start at 240. My best skew work, that's for sure. I'm still trying to get my best skew work, you know? That'll probably come never. At least at the rate I'm going. So we're going to sand this at 240. Trying to get everything flat. I said it before, but I shall say it again. What we're going to do is try to give ourselves a nice smooth foundation. You want to make sure that happens. And then from there, we can use finer grit sandpaper. This is a deep part here, unfortunately. So using a coarser grit sandpaper would be helpful, but I used the heck out of my 150 already. Come on, baby. Once I see this lighter color line go away, I know that everything will be flat. So in the meantime, I still have to continue taking some material away so it gets to that point. Get back in there. Up there with you. The last few. Alright. If you don't know already, I had surgery on my finger before to remove something. It doesn't look bad anymore, really. The scars are... It's not going to scar that bad. But I think this is about 3 weeks ago now. Something like that. I had surgery on it. We're just going to cover it back up because I feel like it's scar tissue, and it's good to rub the scar tissue. It's not health advice, but I was told that it was good to rub the scar tissue, and so this is kind of that. But now I have an extra barrier here. There it is. Got it. The other one. Put the next one glove. You know, the dust collection is kind of redundant, honestly. I'm wearing a respirator. We'll turn that off, that way it's not so loud, huh? And now we can just hear the sweet sound of this lathe winding at us. Alright, 240, we're done. 320, where are you at? Bring it. That's 400. Get this jingle jangle out of here. There we go. Okay, we just need to hit that spot a little bit more here. Oops, not that spot. There, 400. This is why in some cases I think wood is more challenging, because you really want to get it like just right, which I find kind of frustrating sometimes, because it doesn't always want to cooperate. But I will say, pretty fortunate how, you know, the hardness of both Purple Heart and Bloodwood, the hardness is quite nice. And so it takes on a shine. It's relatively easy to turn if you're better than I am when it comes to using steel. But I've had pretty good success with what is it? Carbide as well on wood. But I will say you can get a nice clean, you get a pretty nice clean finish off the tool with carbide. I've done video on that already where I turned with carbide and compared it to turning steel or with steel. But I mean, it's kind of like a grain of salt, right? I'm not great at turning with steel, but I do think that it's possible. Once you get more comfortable with it, I think it's possible to get a really nice clean surface with both, but maybe more so with steel on wood, and maybe even on resin. But you know, there's a part of me that's like, no, it's just not worth trying to do that with resin, because I don't want to be sharpening all the time, because resin is quite a hard material. So we're going to reposition this a little bit. Bear with me a moment. Boom. Just zoom in a bit. There we go. That's a little better. You can see it closer now. Was a little bit far away before. Okay, paper towel, and we're going to use the paste, the Cello Wax cream. I need to get a popsicle stick. You want to mix it up, because it's kind of like peanut butter that likes to come to the surface. To open it flat and level. Yeah, there we go. It does get a little crusty, I guess. Weird. So you can see there's like a wet layer on top. Like over here is more solid, and then over here is quite liquid. So I want to mix it up. Like peanut butter that's been in your pantry for a while. Or wherever you store peanut butter. I gotta say, don't go sniffing your finishes, but this one actually, I'm pretty sure it has like an alcohol or a thinner in it, but it also smells kind of like booze, to me at least. Alright, we're pretty thoroughly mixed in here. That should be sufficient for that. Also, I'm pretty sure that this tub is kind of expensive, actually. I don't know how much it is, but the Odie's I think was $40 or $45. but it goes pretty far. Like, this is all I'm going to end up using for this particular piece, so it'll last a while. I mean, shoot, it might even last me forever at the rate I finish stuff. Abby does most of the finishing, and we don't usually turn wood, so I don't see a reason necessarily for me to even do too much. Although, if people are more interested in seeing wood being done, being turned, that is, and I get more comfortable with the steel, you could end up seeing it more. But yeah, I cranked up the speed from where I was sanding. Quite a bit. So I would guess we're spinning right now at about maybe 2,500 or so. I do have a digital readout, but I kind of messed it up when I swapped the bearings last time. I've had to replace the bearings on this jet a couple times. 3 times now, I think. But yeah, this is a friction polish. It's got a decent amount of pressure on it. And then just trying to make sure get it all good. And then I save the other side of the paper towel to go left to right. You just kind of get the rest of it off. There. That one is now complete. And oh, I even said that I was going to do both of them back to back, but you know, I don't think we have the same peach here at that point, at this point anyway. You heard that in the beginning. Man, the turnover rate. Is it boring? Am I not entertained? Are you not entertained? I'm just kidding. Alright, now we got bloodwood. And this one's going to have a Shallow Wax Cream friction polish finish as well. Okay, do a little of this, for that. There we go. Alright, bloodwood. we're pretty good already, actually. A little bit more. There we go. Okay. Whoop. Almost. Alrighty. Bring this a little closer. Alright, we'll try this trial one more time. But I think the angle's a little bit more steep than I would like for it to be. So I think I want my angle to be a little bit down. But, you know, I don't have enough repetitions to be like, this is what it's got to be for this particular thing. But, so here, we'll try to do what I was going to do last time. And put it here. Ooh. You see that? Oh yeah. We're getting better. Alright, we just need to touch this a little bit to kind of... There we go. There it is. Okay. Now, we need to go in a bit here. A little steeper, I think. There it is. Alright. Yeah. Again, this thing, like, to catch inside the tool rest. Kind of frustrating. Ooh, this one's actually, maybe I'm getting a little better, but feels better. Uh-oh, don't mess up now. No. Come on. Work. Ah, so close. Gotta make that side line up with the other side as best as possible. We'll call that a dub right there. That's a dub. Okay. Now we'll just go ahead and we're removing a lot of material, so I'm not being beautiful with these passes. Uh-oh. Can't be too ugly with them though. Goodness. Uh-oh. Chip it. Yeah, I chipped it too much. Blast you. Okay. We're going to go ahead and do a little of this right quick. What we're going to do is basically cut a little bit off. Perfect. Then, boom. Now we're back to where we were. A little bit shorter, but that's okay. That's okay. I was being a little hasty. Thought I was okay, but it's not. Okay, okay. Nice. Need to trim this down a bit. It kind of makes sense now why people that turn much better than I do when it with steel, why they do those little cuts like that, because you kind of get in the detail aspect of it, and then you just come back and you just clean it off. That way you don't have to like. So I can stay in that position basically and keep working on the shape profile. Like that's the anchor point basically. I'm gonna just keep working it. And then once you get the size about how you want it to, then maybe, I don't know. Anybody else seen people do that? Come on. I know I've seen people do it. I don't know why, but we're just going to assume that's why until somebody corrects it. But we're going to do the similar shape that we've already done with the other one. Learning. I am learning. Wow. Okay. That seems more true than I thought initially. Okay. Yeah. So you go on the downslope every time, and then you can come back and clean it. But if you take the downslope far enough, then when you come back to clean it off, so this is from the downslope, I'm going to come back and clean it off, and then it won't, you just go until it's gone. Ha! Oh man. Okay. Okay. I don't know how right it is, but it worked for me. There we go. Because that was always my problem, is having that little extra right there. But this profile isn't quite right yet, so need that out. Nice. This high part here still needs a little refinement. Ew, this too. Alright. So we're going to come here, a little bit of that. And this is what I'm talking about. We're getting a bunch of repetitions. You know, because you start like figuring something out, but then when I switch over to sanding, it's like you're not really thinking about that anymore. You're thinking about the sanding part. And so you can't test some of your ideas, which, crap. You can't test your ideas. Alright, well, starting on the top is probably not a good way to do that. I thought I'd be okay, but not so much. Damn it. Okay. We're just going to kind of scrape it, actually. So we'll just kind of roll the tool here. It'll pivot. We still need to take a little bit more off here. Damn, I did it again. A little bit. Change the whole shape of it. Crap. Okay. Hey, Marion, how you doing? Thought I'd be gone? Oh, whew. Well, at the rate I'm turning these, I'm surprised I'm not still on the same one. I don't know when you first saw that I went live, but my goodness. I'm trying to get some practice with the SOOO because it is one of my weakest tools. But yeah, we're feeling good. It's Friday, so we've been doing some good not straw polls. We've been doing some polls though. We talked about the Super Bowl or the Olympics. Which one is your preferred? And then the other one was that's going on now actually is TV shows or movies. That's because Abby was over here before though. Alright. Oh, there we go. Just now? Right on. Well, I appreciate you being here. And then the other thing I was talking about before as well is if you are into video games or you can't get enough of me, whatever the case may be, I have a Twitch stream that I'd like to actually get people on as well. But basically it's the indoor me, and I want to be able to basically play games, think of ideas. I'll probably stop here and there so I can sketch out different ideas. And then, yeah. Okay, I like the profile. This is just being a real pain, this point here, and then why doesn't that look smooth as it should? Whatever. Whatever. Wood, you know, wood. Alright, so anchor. That's what we're going to remember. Okay. Alright, 240 it is. Not a game player? You don't have to be a game player. Yeah. But I'll be playing and then just chatting. Like, I think I had like a 9-hour stream the other night, and somebody from Europe was there, and they were asking me about AI. So it's kind of interesting as far as that goes. And I was also playing with somebody else that I actually met in this stream. So, but totally understand. It's definitely not for everybody. But you know, neither is pin making, neither is this and that, and you know how it goes, Marianne. Rooting for Seattle. So, are you more of a NFL or Winter Olympics? If you had to choose between the two. Ah, this spot right here. So something interesting to note is that some of these things, some of these areas in the sandpaper is from this being kind of a almost a waxier wood. It's got some oils in it that like to come out. So it comes onto the sandpaper and clumps. And then some of those clumps can actually change the shape, or I mean gouge the material, which is no good either. So this is a single-sided pin. Yeah, this is a single-sided, going to be a diamond painting pin for the e-painter. And then I have other mods that I've got to do once I'm done with this part. But I'm kind of giving it a twofer right now because I'm doing different finishes at the same time. So I've done Aussie oil and I've done one Stella wax paste. And so from there, this one's going to get a Stella wax paste. And then I'm also working on my SOOO skills, but trying to keep it a little bit quieter. You know, that's why I got the respirator on, so it can be just generally quieter aside from me talking, because you know, silent stream would be not what I want to do right now, at least. the spot right there, what does it look like? It doesn't look like much of anything, but I can feel it, and I don't like that. Whew. Hey Peter, how you doing? Thank you for saying hey. So many people come in and they don't say anything. So I appreciate you, Peter. Anybody else out there, feel free to say hey. That's it. That's all we want. And then if you're feeling, even more generous, hit that like button. If you like pin making content, that's all I do. Hey, thank you, Marianne. But yeah, we're chill people here. The chill people don't last, or the non-chill people don't last. Come on. Alrighty. We're going to call that good enough. And then Shella Wax, if you haven't seen it, it comes in a very similar container that Triple E does. It looks very similar. But man, Marianne, are you happy it's Friday? I'm happy it's Friday. And even though I work for myself, it still feels good to have a Friday, Ooh, that's too much. But one of the intents with doing this is to, one, show the different types of wood, and two, also be able to show the different finishes. On one hand, it's like, oh, well, your turning could be better. Well, here's the thing. It's going to be the same turning, right? Because I'm only that good. Oh, you know what I didn't do? I didn't use... Ugh. Let me get that off. Because we need to hit it with some denatured alcohol first. There we go. All right, denatured alcohol first. Dang it, John, get it together. Every day's Friday? Marianne, come on now. Every day can't be Friday. Here's an interesting thought as far as those types of things go that I wonder about. If every day is a good day, how would you know what a bad day was? You know? Like, the only reason we can determine what's good and bad is by having a contrast of something, Retired? Well, congratulations on retirement. You know, I know that I'm not retired, but I will say, I don't see myself not doing something like this, probably until the end of my days. So, I guess kind of a weird thought, but it's kind of how I feel about it. I don't know why I would stop. Even if I had to get a job, I suppose, a different kind of job, then yeah, I don't know if I would stop still, because it has just become like a part of my life, pretty significant part of my life. I love it. I love all kinds of aspects about it. All right, there we go. So this is a friction polish. We're going to need to crank up the speed and then get this going. We have cello wax again. So you can kind of see the shiny right here on this side versus the other side because it's been frictioned. And you can also do more than one layer. For the sake of this basically demonstration, I'm only doing one. I'm doing one. That way it can all be the same, pretty much. So trying to maintain, the same consistency, we'll say, for the sake of determining the outcomes of each of the finishes and stuff. All right. Beautiful. Man. All right. I am going to move this stuff over here, though. Whoop, whoop. There we go. Come on out. There we go. Whoops. Yeah. Come on. There we go. All right. So this is Shallow Wax Cream. I need to go over on the other side. Okay, so we're going to do 2 at a time this time. Ooh, this one's a little offset here. Here we go. All right, back to Purple Heart again. There we go. Alrighty. Alright, we're going to try a round skewer this time. So this is called an oval skew. You can guess why. So we'll see how this goes. We need to elevate this a bit. Okay, that looks sufficiently elevated. Okay, almost there. All right. And yeah. You might need to adjust this a little different again. Because this is the angle here. I think I just need to elevate it a little bit more here. Can even touch the bevel before cutting. There we go. That's nice. Bevel contact. Nice. Okay. Okay. Again, low points are really the bane of my skewing. Alright, there we go. The shape isn't going how I want it to, so we need to adjust that. Yeah, Purple Heart is nice. It's nice. I like it. It's a pretty inexpensive wood. Um, I've seen a video that was talking about the different species of wood that people like to work with, and the person was like in carpentry, like cabinet making carpentry, and you know, I think one of the interesting things about it is like some woods that are good for this is not necessarily good for that, and the person that I was watching uh, doesn't care for Purple Heart. And I think their reason was because it gets duller in color over time. Okay, we're just going to kind of roll the tool here. But yeah, I like Purple Heart. There we go. Okay. But I think Purple Heart's a pretty versatile wood. It can also it patinas over time. And then also with use, you get the oils from the hands on it. So if it's something that you're going to hold a lot, it's going to change colors and stuff. Or get darker, I mean. But, you know, you can also torch it, which is another thing that you could try out. You get like a blowtorch, or you can even put it like in the oven or something like that. But, you know, you do so at your own risk, right? But ultimately, exposing it to heat will cause it to get darker. It's like I'm not low enough still, at least on the tool. Like if I'm too much higher, if I'm too much higher, it also won't go how I want it to. Ooh, that was a pretty good one there. Oh my goodness. This still needs to get smaller. So, I think what we're going to do here is just kind of use a little bit of a planing cut here. Okay, there we go. Well, it's much easier doing that, but it's not as nice of a finish there. Off the tool, at least. And maybe that's what I'm trying too hard to do, is get a nice finish off the tool. But, you know, the nicer finish you can get off the tool, the better, or the easier for sanding it'll be. Ugh. Come on. But I can't get the bevel on it, so I don't think that this is actually a good tool for that. So that's kind of frustrating. But Marianne, if you're wanting to learn from me about the use of high-speed steel, I would encourage you to look elsewhere. I can give you the gist of it, but I can't flawlessly execute this type of stuff consistently. Sometimes, every once in a while, I'll get it right, but not right now, that's for sure. My goodness, the oval is pissing me off. It must not be the use for this particular one. Okay, we're just going to get rid of it. Maybe somebody else would like it. And we shall find that person later. Because I liked the shape that I had, and then the profile changed again. Now I need to take this down a bit more. Okay. Okay. Turns out you don't prefer the high-speed steel? Match made. You and me both. But it's not for lack of trying. But very specifically, I've used the bowl gouge very little. But I primarily use this skew. Oops, pull it. So when you're sanding, you take a look at these lines right here. It means that the surface of the wood isn't flat. And that also tells you that you should use a coarser sandpaper if you have it. But I am kind of reduced to 240 right now. Let me see if I got some 150. Come on. I used to have a bunch of it, but I guess it got all used up because, well, whatever reason, I guess. We sand and polish a lot, that's why. I'm using 150 right now. You can tell because it's taking a lot more off as well. But yeah, those are the things that you're looking for when you're sanding. Wood at least. Resin is going to be similar because you want to get the surface smooth as well. Because when you have the surface smooth, you can move to coarser grit, or finer grits, I mean, and then be able to smooth the surface more and more every grit you go down or up. Sorry. You know what I mean. But yeah, those rules pretty much still apply. And then as far as sandpaper goes, it's an abrasive, so it's going to have scratches pretty much the whole time. It's just a matter of how small you can make the scratches to where you can't see them. Come on. There we go. Come on. You also want to use your fingers and feel, because that'll also tell you a lot. Especially when you're wet sanding too. Your fingers will be able to tell you a little bit more sometimes than your eyes will be able to see. This is likely the one of the more overlooked things, because once you start turning, you know, you're like, okay, I'm done with the project. Come on, be done. And that's where people, I think, kind of get impatient, because you spend so much time like trying to get the shape right and turning it and all that, and then you just kind of rush to finish sometimes. And you know, as far as like a customer point of view, they don't really care how you got to where it is, but they want it to look good. So I would urge you to, not you specifically, but urge the turner, in this case, just to, if you start feeling like you're being impatient about something, sometimes you just gotta walk away. Otherwise, you're just gonna make yourself more and more frustrated. But I have a great deal of patience. If you don't know, I was an instructor for a while. So you know, watching people make mistakes and learn from them is kind of one of my favorite things to do, actually, because I really like the overall learning process of things. How important is wet sanding? Well, if you were doing plastic, I'd say that it's very important. Um, but if you're doing wood, I'd say that it's not that important. Because you don't really want to wet sand wood, because the wood, if it's like a natural wood and not stabilized, it's going to absorb that moisture. And all you're doing is expediting its warp. And you don't really want it to warp. But if you do wet sand it, it'll absorb the water. So it's not important for wood. Now, I guess the caveat to that is if you're using a CA finish, then you go back to like a plastic finishing, like resin or, you know, all the different types of plastics that you can turn. You're definitely going to want to go back to a wet sanding. But stabilized wood, you can wet sand it. I use a dry sandpaper for like final shaping of a stabilized wood, but you can you want to make sure that you're wearing a respirator, because the other benefit of wet sanding, Marianne, is it keeps the dust down. Yep, that's just for you. But yeah, it keeps the dust down, and it also, if you do happen to use a CA finish, then you'll treat it like you would a resin blank, sort of. Like some of the reasons you see people that talk about using so many layers of CA glue is because they're probably heavy sanders, and what that means is they put a lot of pressure on it. And then also a lot of the people that you see on like Facebook and stuff like that, they're like, I did my CA finish, why does it look like this? And it looks like spots and gaps. Well, it's because you sanded the CA glue away, whereas you want it to be like the shell, is a way to think about it. $240. So there is that. But yeah, when you see people on Facebook, they talk about, hey, what am I doing wrong with my what am I doing wrong with my CA finish? It's most likely that. Other common problems I've seen is people use activator. You know, you could use activator no problem, right? But when you activate that surface of the glue that you put on there, the activator's still there when you apply the next layer, and so it's activating the next layer of CA. That's one of the problems. And then another problem is using the activator sometimes too close to the blank, and then sometimes too far away to where it's only like sprinkling on it basically, which is also not that helpful. But yeah, all those things, like, it's just a matter of practicing it or learning from somebody that has already put the effort into figuring out what is the correct sequence, distance, speeds, all that stuff. But I don't do a lot of CA finishing, so all I can do is identify those things, but I wouldn't venture to explain how to do it. So you should not be using CA? Well, you don't sound like you want to wet sand, so no, I would not suggest that. Although, the reality is, there's trade-offs for everything. And it's knowing what those trade-offs are. So none of these I'm going to be using a CA finish on. I'm using just a friction polish. And because it's a friction polish, it goes on, but it also over time will wear off, because that's just what friction polish does. It'll have that nice look in the beginning, and then over time it'll start wearing itself off after use and stuff, like the other oils from your fingers and stuff like that. So come on. I'm gonna double this up. Come on. Also with resin, you definitely don't want to build too much friction, because what it'll do is it'll heat up and it will change the overall shape of it. Also, if the stuff that you're using tries to come out of your hands, just let it go. Pick it up, keep your fingers. That's it. Let's see. 400, where you at? Nope. There you are. But yeah, sometimes stuff will fly out of your hands. It'll grab it, or you're putting too much pressure on it, or something like that. So I was like this. You definitely don't want to wrap it around your hands, right? So definitely don't wrap anything around your hands that's going to the lathe, because it'll pull your hand in really quickly, and that's not good. You want to keep your digits. Come on. Alright, we're almost done with this 400, and then we'll be using the Shella Wax paste. But no. Oh, I did it again. I didn't turn both of these. Whatever. We're just going to keep this trend going, I guess. Ugh. Whew. You just bought CA, should you return it? No, you shouldn't return it, because CA is used for a lot of things. I still use CA for like putting the tubes in. Ugh. I put the tubes in with CA, specifically medium. But yeah, if you bought CA, you're fine. It's a good thing to have. Although you want to make sure that you're using it because it can get old too. So if you're doing kits and you have medium thick, then you can use a medium thick when you're putting the tubes in. But it's also one of those things where you need to be, you know, fast enough. I'll show you why actually. So this here was supposed to be all the way seated, but it's not because the glue hardened before it was all the way seated. So no, I wouldn't say that you need to get rid of it. Just be know what you're going to use it for. All right, we're going to close the poll. 55% people like movies and 45 TV shows. Again, my people. Oh, I touched it. After you use denatured alcohol, you don't want to touch it. You get your own hand oils on there. Let's see. But yeah, what thickness did you buy, Marianne? And then the other thing is, what are we going to use next? We got Odie's. Okay, we shall use Odie's. Okay, so Odie's. There's actually quite a few different types of Odie's. Pretty sure this is the original one. But there is a lot of other Odie's out there, just so you are aware. And then, in my opinion, it looks like honey. It looks like honey to me. And then definitely don't breathe your finishes, but it smells kind of like a, it kind of has a chapstick smell to it, like a regular unscented chapstick. But yeah, it looks like honey to me. And then it's also pretty tacky. And then this is all I'm going to use, which is probably more than I need, but I just did a little dab off the top. And then same thing, we're going to go ahead and get it a little bit spread out on there so it doesn't fling at us. This is also not a friction polish, but we are going to turn it at the same speed as a friction polish, just for the sake of consistency. But yeah, all we're going to do is get it, all the surface covered entirely. And then we'll use, so you probably have noticed that I put the paste and stuff at the top of the paper towel. And then once I get the whole surface like saturated or covered, then I'll slowly work my way back down the paper towel. That way you're kind of using the paper towel as a buffer, like you're buffing it almost. But you know, most people think of a buffing wheel, right? The buffing wheel would be spinning and I'd be introducing the thing that I'm buffing to it, but this is basically just the opposite. Okay, that is sufficient. Let's see. You don't have oil yet? Just weigh. No oil. Like Odie's oil? Odie's. Yeah, Odie's oil. Just wax. Well, there's no real reason to have everything. And that's partially what I'm doing right now is I'm just getting all the different types of finish. Well, not all of them. But we have 4 different types of finishes that we're doing. And the intent is just to show the difference between them. And we'll have Bloodwood and Purple Heart of each of them. So, get out of here. Here we go. So this is Odie's. Now we get the other one, the Bloodwood. Bloodwood. How fast is my friction? I'd say it is close to 2,000 or so, 2,500, somewhere around there. It's not as fast as my lathe goes, which is, it goes 3,600. And when you see me turning, I'm usually turning at about 32. And partially the reason for that is if it's going too fast, well, for what I turn, if it's going too fast, what will happen is it will start building like a bow almost, where the middles or the ends, right? It's supported at the end. It'll cause the middle to kind of flex upward, or I guess outward from the center line. We'll start charging you, Marianne. No, I'm just kidding. Ask away. But I am gonna grab some water right quick. Ooh, lordy. But yeah, friction polish doesn't do well on plastic. The frictions or the speed at the low rate, my goodness, the speed at which you generate friction, could be really low if you add more pressure, and then the faster it goes, it just means that you won't have to be in that spot as long. So it's a balance, and you kind of play around with it until you get the results that you're going for. But for this, I am about 2,000. Hello, Claus. How you doing? Thank you for saying hey. Good to see you. No, but that is, Marianne, that's what the channel's all about. If you're here for the lives, then there's a high probability I'm going to answer questions here that, I'll probably end up, consolidating all these things into one thing. That way, it'll all be co-located, but I would also end up selling that. But, if you're here on the live, I have no problem telling you whatever it is. Except for things, obviously, that specifically I am not willing to share yet, in which I also wouldn't sell that. So, but yeah, if I wanted to be a teacher, I kind of got to be mindful of
of that, or that is why I'm mindful of that. But you know, the people that hang out with me on stream, you know, in my mind, they're kind of the ones that support you the most, and as far as streaming goes. But on the other hand, there is the whole, you know, the people that buy the products that we make are also supporting what we do. So, you know, just everybody. Everybody. All right, next we've got Bloodwood, which again we're going to finish with Odie's. And we're going to do a basic shape similar to what we already did. We need to knock this bad boy around. But yeah, that's also, I don't know if you noticed, but I did notice in some of the previous streams that ads were on, and I don't want the ads on for people that are here live. So, you know, I imagine it from the point of view of those that are here. Like, nobody wants to see ads when they're trying to watch somebody or learn something like that, because it's extremely distracting. So people that are here for the live, I have the ads, the YouTube ads on manual, and I just don't turn them on ever. But I think at the New Year something that changed it, so there were ads before, but not what I wanted. I guess it's another way for me to say thank you for being here during the live. So I hope that it is, you know, at least appreciated, I guess. And I don't know if ads are actually beneficial during a live or not, but I haven't noticed much. But when you publish your video, like once my live is done, the YouTube will do its whole rendering thing and all that stuff, and then it'll just add or put the ads on to the video, and that's how I keep them public, actually. So there's a lot of little nuanced stuff with YouTube that people, you know, why do I have to watch ads? Well, that's kind of out of the creator's control in some cases. Not to mention, I don't make money really off of the ads. Well, I don't really make money off of YouTube. So ultimately, the reason I stream is just because I like the people here. So I don't make any money off of that. Like, I've been streaming for almost a year, and I still haven't hit $100 as far as ad revenue goes, or any monetization aspect of it. But my channel is monetized. So it should be able to have money, but I also don't make videos like that. So again, it's another way for me to say thanks for being here live. I like it. And you know, if you watch it afterwards, I also appreciate it. So it's not that. It's not that I'm you know, mad that people watch it afterwards. It's not that at all.
It's just that this is the best way I can think to be able to engage efficiently with the people that are here live. So, a lot of words to say thank you for being here live, and no ads on the lives. And if you do notice it, let me know, and I will look at the settings again because they're on manual. And they're always on by default, so I actually have to turn them off. So I might forget sometimes. Oh, I wanted to flip this around actually. There we go. Yeah, you're welcome. You're welcome. And thank you for being here. All right. We are still good, I think. Why did I flip this over? Dang it. I'm an idiot. Ugh. I'm gonna flip it back. This is gonna be the tapered side. I don't know why I did what I did. This is gonna be the taper side. Or this is gonna be the tapered side. This is gonna be the grip side. So the pit is gonna be oriented this way. Ugh. Come on, John, get it together. Oops. Caught an edge there. Dang it! What is catching? Okay, I'm cutting it too steep and not going upright enough. It happened twice. And that's why. So the belly was catching this top edge, and so I needed to get my tool out of the way to finish that little rotation. So that is what was happening there. I'm going to plane this out a little bit. There we go. Alright, now we're going to do this, come in. There it is. You see this gouge right here? I was coming in, and then it caught, as I was cutting it with the lower part off the edge, it caught like the belly basically of the tool here. I'm going to have to look at my verbiage for, so this is the toe, this is the heel. Would this be the arch? I don't know. I don't know. There's probably somebody out there that knows what it's called. They're just not saying anything. Okay. Also, bloodwood again. I don't know if I told you, but bloodwood is kind of oily. Sorry, not waxy, it's oily. So what that means is that when you're cutting it, there's a little bit of, it's not sap, but it's kind of like sap. As far as stuff being inside the wood. Also, you can get like a really shiny, like you can see how shiny some of these areas are from the burnishing, from the bevel. It's vibrating. Stop vibrating. So this wood, what that tells me is it's not as hard. Alright. I don't like how pointy this is. Oh, also, you can see it right there on the tool. That's from the bloodwood. I'm glad that didn't grab. Might have been a bummer. So part of me wants to flip this over and do it again. I can do better than this. And now this is going to be the tip, or the end of the pin. No, don't you catch. Yeah. Ooh! Whatever I just did, I'm gonna have to go back and watch it. What I just did, I don't know. But it didn't, it cleaned the, it made it so the top was, the valley here was how I've been trying to get it. Alright, we're going to go ahead and round this. Perfect. And it wasn't that. That is almost good enough. Okay, let's go ahead and finish this up here. This is just going to get peeled all the way off. Take too big of a chunk out? Yep, that's alright. Not ideal, but alright, that's going to come out. Now put it back in so I can break the little nipple off here. There we go. Alright, crisis averted. Crisis adjusted. You're still almost there. I'll come a little closer. Yep. I don't think this is going to make it cut. It's too comfy. Alrighty. It's just not wanting to smooth out. Have to get it too thin down here now. Gonna put this one to the side. Well, Odie's, sorry. We're gonna go to Mylan's now. Alright, let's use the blood wood again. And then what we're gonna do is try not to mess that up again. So this is blood wood again. good enough. Alright, I'm done with y'all. Process is taking a very long time. We are going to go to what we are most comfortable with. We're going to carbide these up, and then we're going to use myelin. Alright. Let's see, I'm going to go here. Oh, so much nicer. Okay, let's give it that just a little bit more. And that's pretty damn smooth, man. And I know how to maneuver this tool a lot better. So, those things combined. We do have like 6 more years of experience with carbides, and with steel. At least a few. The geometry just makes no sense to me. And the rules and how they work and stuff, it's also just different. Ah, so much nicer. Alright, go ahead and take this the rest of the way down. Okay, just a little bit more down here. And then we're going to kind of round this off a little bit more. Yeah. Alright. There we go. Alright, nice and gentle here. There, boom. Okay. Here's my one. Alright, 240 it is. See that? How shiny that is? This is from the Purple Heart, and this is from the Bloodwood. Nice. There we go. Alright, so we're almost there. There you go. Boom. That was 400 next. Do I ever use calipers? Yeah. I use them a lot. I've got a few sets of calipers. I primarily use them for things that need to be like fine-tuned. Whew, that's hot. Got toasty on me. Like if I'm going for specific diameters and stuff like that, I'll use the calipers, especially when I'm threading. Yeah, I use them a lot. Why do you ask? You mean for something like this? No, not really. Alright, Mylan's friction. For first, denatured alcohol. Boom. Denatured alcohol, and then the Mylan. I need like 10-15 minutes. I need like 10-15 minutes. I still need like 15 minutes. See, this is what I'm talking about. You can't rush it. You can't rush it. But yeah, Marianne, why do you ask about calipers? I have multiple sets. 2 in here and then 1 inside. This is Mylan's friction polish. A little dabble there. This stuff is a lot more liquidy than some of the other ones that I've done so far. But friction. So when you're using the friction polish, you're coating the surface, but you're also kind of pushing some of the wax inside the fibers that are in the wood too. And then you go till your fingers get hot. Is what I do. Oh. All right, Mylan, you're looking good, Mylan. All right, one more to go here, and it is a purple heart. And we're gonna use the so I guess we'll use these. Oh, there we are. Heart. Stay right. All right. Boom. There we go. Yeah. Go ahead and adjust the end right quick. Okay. Alright, we're just going to do the same kind of shape here. Blended. There we go. Hello, Cuba. How you doing? Hope you're doing well. Okay. What is that? Oh, there's a split right here. A split in the wood. There it goes. Well, you know what? That's okay. That's okay. Gonna leave that alone for now. Okay, so let me get the tray blown off right quick. Okay. Good.
Alright, of the blanks that we did, we had some that didn't make it all the way to the finish line, which is alright. You know, it is what it is. There's that one. Ugh. Anywho, okay, so this is where we began. So from left to right, we have Aussie oil, Mylans, Odie's, Shellawax cream. These two right here, I'm going to take them out because they did not get either of them. So Aussie oil, Mylans, Odie's, Shellawax. So as far as shine goes, Odie's definitely does not win. It is the most natural of them. Definitely not shiny. Smooth has a decent finish, but it looks like a smooth wood. I think Odie's is more intended to protect the wood than it is to shine it up. Let's see, I think Shellawax cream is the next dullest. Although I will say, it turned out quite nicely. Here we go. So this is the Purple Heart. And then this is the Bloodwood. It definitely added a little bit of a shine to it. And then these two, it's a toss-up, I'd say, between the Aussie oil or Mylans. So these two are the Aussie oil, aside from these little white spots that I've got here. There we go. Aussie oil, which, you know, it's reflecting light. Reflecting light. And then this is the Mylans friction polish. So I'd say that between the Mylans and Aussie, let's look at the two side by side. Find like a nice there. Honestly, I think the shiniest of them is probably the Mylans. But it's tough. It's tough. But I'd say Mylans is shinier. Hello? But yeah. This is the Aussie, this is the Mylans. Friction polish. They're both friction polishes. So I don't think that the Shallow Wax is even a contender, honestly, as far as shine goes. So this is the Mylons and this is the Shallow Wax. It gave it a nice surface, but I don't think that it shined up as much. But anyway, I'm indifferent. I think that all of them provide a very interesting look. I think Odie's gives it a natural, almost sheen. I'm not going to call it a shine, but like a sheen where it's like, you know, it's a nice finish. Yeah. Anybody else got thoughts on that? As far as ease of use, I think that they're all pretty straightforward. I did them all the same, so I didn't build up anything. You know, there is something to be said about building up layers of a friction polish. If you do build up layers, and it's something that's going to get handled a lot, it's probably not the best thing to do, because the person's hand that's using it is going to also heat up, and over time it'll wear that down, and so it'll give it a different feel to it. So personally, I prefer these two. So a little bit duller of them, but yeah. Anyway, those are my thoughts on it. I like them all, but yeah, I'll probably Aussie Oil gives a nice shine. Mylons, I think, is just a touch shinier. Yeah. But yeah, that is. Oh, hey, push over here. Boom. But yeah, I think we did some good stuff. Good work. Sorry, it had to get a little faster. I was definitely not doing great work with the skew. It just was my brain. I always want to go, you know, just up, not always down on the down slopes of things. So that's one of my things that I gotta work on. But we're not gonna do that right now. We tried for a bit. Give it our best effort. But I appreciate you hanging out. If you could, on the way out, hit that like button if you enjoyed. I appreciate you being here, and I will see y'all next time. Have a safe weekend, and yeah, enjoy the Olympics. Be safe if you're gonna indulge. If you're gonna indulge during the Super Bowl. And I don't know, other than the I don't know who's playing in the Super Bowl, so yeah, I hope the team that you want to win does win. But yeah, until next time, friends, take care.